Hello everybody. Welcome to the stream with the Blade Runner lighting. So, what will we be working on today? Well, as the YouTube title might suggest, today we're doing a lesson in Hubris. Here, I'm gonna wait a couple of minutes for people to join the stream before I start the explanation this time. But yeah, discriminated unions, Rust-style unions, labeled variants. I think discriminated unions is the right one. Yeah. They are called discriminated unions. All right. Hello. All right. So, what are we doing today? I think I've waited long enough that people will actually join during the explanation instead of after I'm done with it. Now, today we are working on, well, actually, the streamer bot hasn't pinged yet. We have to wait for the streamer bot. Then we launch into the explanation after the streamer bot appears. Also, I have to cover, after a couple streams of like messing with lighting and whatnot, how are we feeling like virtual avatar versus like me, IRL, in fleshy gooey meat stack form? Come on, streamer bot, do the thing. Carl! Alright, we're waiting too long. Alright. Today, we are working on something called discriminated unions. I'm gonna disappear that. I was the password to my basis avatar, and hopefully nobody can reconstruct those pixels. Alright. It's fine if they do, I'm not too worried about people ripping my avatar. Okay, I think, yes, discriminated unions. So, there is a concept in Rust called enums, and they are different from regular C or C++ enums in that these enums can have values in them, and you can only access a certain value if you know what the values actually, if you know what variant it is. So basically, one enum could have several different possible variants with data, some variants without data, that are pure labels, but basically you would have one value. It's behind the scenes, it's represented as in just raw array of bytes that is the size of the largest possible variant, and then also a index value, and that index value tells you what data is currently represented by those bytes, or if any data at all is represented by those bytes. And the thing is, this representation is actually pretty easy to work with from a code gen perspective. Like, it's really easy to just say, hey, what is that byte? Conditionally load this data. But I've been really struggling with, like, the SSA form of this. Like, if I have a enum that stores, let's say, one variant, and I'm gonna have to come up with a good explanation because I do plan on including this info in my next video, because my next YouTube video is going to be when I actually get the language working. It's going to be like, I made the fastest scripting language, or something equally clickbaity. But let's say we have one variant with an int, and one variant with 2 ints. Now, if every single variant stored the same data, then... Let me back up. So, when I'm storing our values, temporary values, in my front end, I represent them as SSA form variables. Now, the thing with SSA form is the only thing that SSA values can represent are native data types, not structures and not enums. So, oh, also not arrays. I can't store arrays. I can store pointers in a SSA form, but I can't store arrays. So, all of that to say that I can't store like an arbitrary data type, because we can store structures as just like, here's a list of all the fields as SSA variables, and if you have structs as submembers of your SSA form struct, you can basically just flatten the struct where here's an SSA value, here's an SSA value, here's an SSA value, and they're all individual values, and the structure itself doesn't exist. If it's not clear, this indentation here is the, like, it's a substruct, but you just flatten the values, so they're basically just an array. Now, the problem I was running into is that since enums, discriminated unions, can have like structures as their input, as their data, like inner data type, and also non-structures, and just like, you don't know what size this thing is, and it's bigger than the maximum size of a register, so I can't just like do an I128 and then like that is able to store every data type. No, we need to actually be able to support different structure, even different structure compositions being stored in enums. So how do we handle that? And this took a long time for me to actually get to the point where I had a solution. Like several days of just thinking about this, to where like, if I was really going like true MVP style, I would have just given up and moved on, or implemented a stack in the virtual machine and then just use this as a like pointer operations. That was another solution. But I think I actually figured out how to handle this in single static assignment form, which is really easy. You store one SSA value for the index of like, what current variant is this? So let's just designate this VI. And then your SSA form enum is just a vector of SSA values, and then you do the same value flattening that you would do with structures, but then you just depend on every possible variant to your list of variants. So if I have one variant that's an int, one variant that's 2 ints, and let's say another variant that is a float, every time you add a new variant, you just treat the enum as a structure that has every possible field from every single one of your variants, including the index. And you're like, that is absolutely massive. And it is. And it only will exist in the actual compiler front end. Because these values don't actually exist in the compiled output. They get turned into instructions, they can overflow into registers. overflow into the actual stack, which we're not giving the programmer access to in this language. But yeah, so the way that we handle actually creating these SSA form enums is when we load an enum, we have to do a pattern match, we have to do a branch statement of like every single possible, well, not every single possible, but we do a branch on this value. We load this value from the pointer, and then we branch and conditionally load all these values from the pointer as well. Now, we might not actually need to branch technically when we load all of these things, because the SSA values only would ever get used in branches off of this value. And that is an important thing. But then we would be doing a bunch of load instructions that are possibly invalid. And that is, I don't like how that feels. It also means we have non-branching must load every single variant. Now, we can do dead code elimination and also run another optimization pass that if an operation is only directly referenced by one branch or by one block and not in the block that it's defined in, we could just move that operation, move the load operations into the blocks that they're actually referenced in, or delete them. And those would be optimization passes that I would have to make for the intermediate representation itself. So we may have to do an IR optimization passes to support this. So IR, basically discriminated unions means we have to do optimizations on the IR. It's not like a optional thing. It's like we really should, otherwise we know that we're doing more operations than the programmer thinks we're doing every single frame. And we don't want that. So the optimization passes we have to do to support this not being expensive, because we can make it not expensive at all. We can make this basically free, and only rely on like user-defined branching. The first thing we have to do is constant fold. So first we constant fold, then we do phi node removal. And then what these two basically do is now any control flow after these two steps, any constant fold. So constant folding is if I have in my code, let's say an I add operation, so an integer add operation, and the two values that this I add operation use are a const, let's say 2, and a constant 4. What we do is come on, it's not letting me scroll. What we do is we do a pass over all of our code, and anytime we see something like this, where we know that this is a pure operation, so we can't do this on function calls, unless we know function calls are pure or not. But if we do know that this is a pure operation, meaning it has no side effects, and it's only dependent on information that we know at compile time, then what we do is any operation that references this operation, replace its reference to this operation with the result of the operation. So let's say I have an operation foo here, and one of its arguments is this operation. When we do constant folding, we would do 2 plus 4, and then foo would no longer point to 2 plus 4. Instead, it would point to constant 6. And then this code does not exist anymore. It's just gone. Then, what we can do after that is... Wait a second, I just realized I did phi node removal too early. So phi node removal is probably going to be part of a different code pass, which is dead operation removal. And what this does is it goes, okay, if we have a pure operation, like I add, an example of a not pure operation would be the store operation. We always need to keep store operations because those affect memory. They have side effects. We can't just delete them and with no consequences. We can only delete pure SSA operations. So the I-add operation is pure. So if we see this I-add isn't referenced by anything at all, we can just delete it. It doesn't need to be done anymore. So we can just straight up delete it from binary. So we constant fold so things stop referencing things. And then we do dead operation. Actually, we might want to do phi node removal first. Yeah. I think we do want to do dead operation. Phi node removal first. Simply because see, I need a smaller selection box around this so I can actually fit it in here. Probably where you want an actual drawing app. I might try out Excalidraw sometimes, because I know that's what all the cool people use. So we constant fold and then phi node removal. So what are phi nodes? Phi nodes are at the start of a basic block. So this is a block which can complete with no branching. We can jump out of the block, but mostly it's that like things can only jump to the beginning of the block. We know stuff won't start halfway through it. And at the beginning of the block, we can say, hey, we have this value here, and this value could be two possible values. One value each from a different jump statement, basically. So for every jump statement to this block, we have these inputs to the block. And if a phi node only has one input, we want to just have an operation directly reference that value instead of this like possible might be multiple values. Dang it, yeah, we do need to do dead operation removal first, because phi nodes are based on inputs, not what is relying on it output. So we do actually need to do it like that. I was correct the first time. So we need to do dead operation removal. And dead operation removal also needs to do... I'm going to call this dead code removal. And dead code removal is based on two things. So there's branches, removing of branches, and there is removal of individual operations. So if I'm thinking about this, if we have any control flow, so that's jump statements, can we do it in one pass? No, we probably want to remove jump statements first, because if you remove jump statements, entire blocks of code might stop being referenced by stuff. So you probably do a forward walk through the module and figure out every single block. Yeah. You do a walk through the module, you remove every single jump operation that... every single conditional jump operation. The conditional is important. You evaluate every single conditional jump operation. So right now I have two jump operations. One of them is jump if, was just, it takes a condition variable, and if that variable is not equal to 0, it jumps. I believe that is current. That is its current format. And I do want to add more jump operations. See, you use Paint. Hopefully you don't own ferrets and worked at Blizzard for 20 years. No, I only worked at Blizzard for 15 years, by the way. No. No, I might have to switch to Excalidraw, and then I have to switch to another thing when, like, Theo gets canceled or something. I don't know. But, yeah. So first we remove jump operations, then we remove basic blocks that are no longer referenced by jump operations. And then because those those blocks don't exist anymore, while we're doing that, we have to remove phi nodes. The reference, we have to make phi nodes no longer reference values in those blocks. And then after that, we can prune our phi nodes and say, hey, we don't actually have a jump operation from that block, so remove this possible value from the list of values that this value could be, and then if there's only one possible value for this phi node, completely remove it. Just completely remove the phi node, and anything that referenced the phi node for its value, make them directly reference that singular value. So I guess that's like, that is a pseudo constant fold, but it's not a constant fold, it's like a value redirect or whatever. And then after we delete all of our phi nodes, so stuff is simpler, we want to do the entire thing over again, theoretically. And we want to keep doing that until we don't remove anything anymore. Well, actually, we want to keep doing this until dead code removal returns nothing. So until no structural changes occur in the document, we want to keep doing this. So I'm going to say while dead code, and this is technically do while because our condition is after, not before. Do while dead code this. And then after all of that, we could do another optimization pass, which is if we have non-looping control flow, because the optimization I'm thinking of now is the optimization I'm thinking of right now might not actually be an optimization. In a lot of cases, so we'd have to basically make sure it only happens for the exact case that we are thinking of, and that is values into move operations into blocks if that block is one jump away and is only and two values and is not a loop. Thinking about it though, the one jump away doesn't make any sense at all. Because we could load an enum and then use it. And then use the enum long after we actually define it, and we still want the optimization to work, that we don't call every single load operation. Move operations into that block if the block is the only reference to values. But here's the thing. This optimization is probably going to be implicitly done by the backends that we're going to be using already. So I don't know if it makes sense to do it manually in our code. So I'm just going to keep this for reference. I'm going to throw this in the Notion so that I can reference it later. But basically, I think it makes sense for all of our load operations to not be branching when loading an enum, because I think our backend will implicitly optimize it so, hey, this load is only referenced in this branch, and it's not a looping branch. Like, it's not an optimization to not have it in the loop. Yeah. Basically, I'm gonna have to actually get deep into the weeds into like how optimizing compilers work. But thinking about it now, this branch on instruction makes less sense to make it an actual utility, and we'll just switch. We'll stick with the switch statement. This needs to have clone. But basically, I just barely decided that this is how we store variants. Now, these are flattened values, and it's a vector of flattened values, so the enum is actually fully flattened, but it's kind of stored. The flattening is stored structurally, so it's like effectively flattened, but it doesn't look like it's flattened. Hello? Okay. Just gonna add SSA struct into the enum here. That'll be fine. And since we can't path into enums, that updates that statement. So for context, I have just barely figured out how I'm handling discriminated enums. Now we're focusing purely on implementation. This is really old code, don't pay attention to that. I don't need this mutated add labels thing anymore. I'm gonna do that through utilities, but then function load this is going to be SSA struct, so we're going to say module oh, it's this type of struct. This is fine. Because I changed it? Yeah. It's because I changed it. Now I had these signed because in the past I had the concept of imported functions as negative values. But I don't think we're ever going to have an imported type into our module. It's just going to store every single type that it uses or references. So fields is probably fine. For the struct def, we need this to be so def ID is the field, so I'm going to rename this to just be def ID. Of course, it's a borrow. Just going to do that to make the code cleaner. And same on this. And here's where we need to do all of those load statements. So we're gonna say for variant in enum def variance iterator. There a world record for not touching grass? There probably is, and none of us are probably anywhere close to it. Because it's probably something absolutely absurd. Like a high security prison cell. Like 20 years. Are we like predicating or specifying that this needs to be voluntary, no grass touching? Can we actually do this as a match statement? Let variance equal I think we do need to give it that much information. For that to properly work. Where you have to start using median instead of average. Okay, so enum variant. I don't derive clone or partial equal for enum variant. I should probably do that. Oh, that's enum layout. Never mind. We're good. Enum variant. So that's our ID for the variant, and this is the type, option type. Union Buster Wiz. No, we're creating unions, but we are discriminating them. We're discriminating between unions, so we're having the unions fight for dominance. Indeed. You know, not to point out that open source is like pretty communist or anything, but like, all right. So if we have I might need to make this option R value, since a variant can store absolutely no data. Let's see, represents a one mapping with all variants of the enum with none values representing variants with no data. Yeah, and this is the fun thing about enums in SSA form. Even though at any one time it is only one of its values, in the compiler we need every single possible value to find at all times, which is wonderful. Okay, so we're gonna say variant. Do we map within a map? Variant TUI. I think we do map within a map here. So when are you implementing the AI assistant into Brane? Not soon. So basically right now we are working on discriminating unions. I figured out the correct way to handle because it makes it better to code. Basically, it's just it's like a C-style union where one value can represent multiple possible things, but it's discriminated, so you know which value it is. Basically, it's a Rust-style enum, like we have here. Like, if we want to do a result type in Brane, we'll be able to do a result type in Brane, and we do want to do a result type in Brane, and an option type. And all of those fun things that make tree data structures and both tree data structures and Brane work with me here. Error handling, really easy and fun. Without things like the bar checker. Okay. I'm unsure how I feel about capitalism. I'm unsure. But okay, yeah, for this map command, all we do is self load let's say I haven't decided what I am, and I don't like putting labels on things because then you tend like putting labels on yourself reduces your freedom and makes people make assumptions about you. So I tend to just not label anything. Okay, how do I get this result out? We do a match statement. And now we can actually the result on here. How will users be able to port things from VR chat? For the most part, they're going to need to reconstruct them from scratch. I am interested in making a utility to port as much of a Unity scene as possible, but it is like porting a game from one engine to a different engine. It's not going to be free, and it can't really be free. If it's free, then I'm not doing enough different to actually justify a custom engine. Okay. Load returns result value. And then we need to oh, we need that actual L value to load first. So we need to construct that. And this is where we construct pointer equals oh, wait a second. Variant index pointer, not variant index pointer. The actual pointer itself paired with the type is what we want to load, because the base pointer is always the root pointer to our data. Because the data comes first, and then it's the actual index of the enum. And that means I don't have to do different offsets. I can just pass through the same pointer. Yippee! I love when stuff is super easy like that. Unmatched closing delimiter. Is the delimiter matched? This is now one line. Self-load. Right, we need to pass in the context. And then we just create a reference to the L value. Closure that returns option. This closure does not return option. This, oh, wait. I know. We need to make this return a result. And the easiest way to do that is to wrap the entire match statement. Like that. And now it actually returns a result. What if is free? Brane Engine is free. At least the software. Everything you would need to go and make your own version of Brane Engine is free. Not make, run your own like Brane Engine ecosystem. So now we have a list of all of the variants of the enum, and they are all loaded every single time we dereference the enum from a pointer. And then in here, we need to construct an SSA enum with variants, index. I'll just rename this index. Then the def ID is just definition ID. Nope. Give me my code back. Nice. Closure requires unique access to context, but context is already borrowed. Because we get the enum itself here. Well, since I'm going to need to clone the types anyways, what I can do is grab the layout. Do we need the layout? Does anything reference the layout? Yes, things do reference the layout. So you're gonna grab the layout, and then we're gonna grab variant types by doing context. Or rather, enum def. variance iterator map vty clone collect, and then here, instead of iterating over variants, we just do variant types. This is an option type. Okay, so this needs to be explicitly an IR type instead of an AST type. And that's the main issue we were running into there. Hello. It takes 2 arguments. Chomsky span is not... I don't want to map this as a Chomsky span. Chomsky input. So we are going to do here this as Chomsky input map span. Like that. Source as string. There we go. And now I don't have Chomsky input exposed in my namespace and my mapping function. Should work. Or I will get errors that actually tell me that I am dumb. And I didn't need to do that. But I'm gonna keep it that way. Because the Chomsky map annoys me when I'm not using Chomsky. And it appears that this is fully functional. except for this. Get struct field requires immutable access to okay, I need a way to so we borrow here to get the struct definition. Fields, I don't want to have to clone struct purely. Because I know that struct definition isn't going to change, at least in this context. It might be worth just doing a clone on the struct definition to appease the bar checker there. It's the easy option. Because Rust is a functional programming language in a trench coat. It's not actually imperative like it pretends to be. If imperative is the right term. Is it? Yeah, so imperative is like, C is a good example of an imperative language where there is no paradigm, you just tell the computer what to do. I think assembly code would be an example of imperative. Yeah, so assembly code is an imperative coding language. C is basically just an abstraction over assembly. So C is also an imperative coding language, but then when you start adding paradigms on top of that, like object-oriented programming, then like Java, for example, would not be imperative because it focuses on the relationship between objects and entities. Haskell would be an example of a functional programming language, where you don't focus at all on what the computer is actually doing behind the scenes. You're just focusing entirely on the flow of data. Elixir is a entity paradigm coding language where you focus on the relationship between entities. So it's similar to object-oriented programming, but it's significantly more it's a lot more encapsulated than that, and it also has like a lot of concurrency stuff and backends for networking and whatnot that's just built into the language itself. Imperative is the default option. Rust is like very much, you get the interface of an imperative language, but it's actually has a lot of functional coding concepts. Do I actually use layout anywhere? This is to store enums. Okay. I've arrived at the spot where I need to be able to easily emit branches now. Is SSA enums, context, L value, and R value. So SSA enum is just a Rust style enumerator in a single static assignment form. So most compiler backends nowadays are represented in single static assignment form, and what that means is once you define a variable, you can never change it, and you can basically always refer back to that value and it will always be the same. So congratulations, if you've used any programming language ever, you've used a functional programming language, because behind the scenes it was compiled into single static assignment form, which is a functional programming language. Not entirely functional, it's not pure functional, because the load and store operations have side effects not represented by the SSA graph. So that it's not actually like fully a functional programming language, but it acts a lot like a functional programming language. Now, SSA enum is because we're storing an enum in the form of that graph instead of as just like the SSA value that is a pointer to that enum. So essentially it's a temporary value enum, and then context in this context is just a bunch of variables to do with the current function that we're compiling. So that is like more values about the module, the actual function we're emitting instructions into, the current basic block that we're emitting into. Blocks are how you handle control flow in single static assignment form, and all of our variables that are currently in scope. And then L value and write values. The really easy way to describe L values versus R values is there we go. That's all you need to know about R values. L value is a value that goes on the left-hand side of an assignment operation. R value is what goes on the right-hand side of an assignment operation. That is literally it. Basically, an L value is a value that has an actual memory address backing it. At least in the, if you're working with C or C++, L value is, this is a value that can actually be assigned to, whether it be a pointer. It can be an in-register value. Generally, L values are just anything that you could get an actual pointer to, whereas R values are just temporary values. Camera froze? Ah, the camera did freeze. Yes, my camera. The camera is frozen. Right when I was pointing at the camera. Okay. I guess it just died. Also, hello, Shadow. How goes? We are currently dealing with the nightmare that is handling discriminated unions in single static assignment form. And I just got to the point where I need to transform from an R value SSA enum into an L value SSA enum. Which means I have to do what I've been dreading this entire time and actually figure out how to emit branch and control flow and actually handle phi nodes and all that fun stuff, which phi nodes aren't that hard, but I'm like, I have to actually deal with emitting them in a single pass compiler like I'm doing right now. Okay, so I think the abstraction I want over this is... This isn't programming, this is compiler programming. Which is at a bit higher of... You have to make a compiler, you basically have to understand all of the coding language that you're making, all of how coding languages are made, and probably some concepts from other coding languages. Not like all of it, but you do need to understand all of the coding language that you yourself are making. And it helps a lot to know a lot of stuff about other languages. So I'm going to rename this to emit operation. And then we are going to want to make an abstraction over emitting the jump command. That way, after the fact, we can intercept this. And handle all of our phi nodes correctly. How do you even find what concept to use? Books and YouTube videos. You find them. What is op? Op is short for operations, so these are our intermediate code operations. Basically, everything that it is possible for our backend to emit operations that it can do. So that is everything that it is possible for a computer to do, and everything is built on top of those. So for now, this is just going to be self emit operation ir op jump to that block. Actually, I don't want this to be a variable size thing. usize is variably sized, so we do not want that anywhere near this data structure that we want to be able to serialize, which means I need to rename these to U32 or U64. There's probably a lot more data types than there are actual blocks. I'll keep my syntax for importing versus included. Yes, assembly code understanding is extremely useful. Down here. Okay, we're just running into... I guess I already have those casts in place, so we're fine. An emitting jump is a... technically not a no-op. Like, we can refer to the SSA value that is the index of the jump operation, but it would be invalid. So when you will finish the scripting language? Right now, I'm trying to finish the scripting language in roughly 1 or 2 months. This current iteration is moving significantly faster than previous iterations. So ideally we have code gen by the end of the week, and an actual runtime supporting that code gen a couple weeks after. Mean that it will be a fast in a... Do you mean that it will be fast in a couple and that in a week? Or 2, you will get a functional scripting language? Are you asking if the scripting language itself will be a fast scripting language, as in like execution? Yes, the scripting language will execute quickly. we'll be lacking a runtime to support it, so it'll be hard to actually run the scripting language without having a, like, writing your own binary to call into the scripting language. But yes, we will have like a JIT compiled scripting language that theoretically can run close to the speed of a native language. Now, with a like physics engine and whatnot, you probably want SIMD commands, and that is something I'm planning on adding in. I guess maybe you're not trying to go that fast yet. That's a little bit of micro optimization. I'm getting ahead of myself. What is the runtime? So runtime is basically the box that surrounds the code and helps it run. So in C++, not C++, in something like C#, which is a garbage collected language, the runtime is what's in charge of running the garbage collector, executing threads, etc., etc. Most languages like Rust or C++ have the runtime built into the final binary. With Brane script, you do have to run an executable outside of the actual binaries to load those binaries and then run them. So SIMD is simultaneous input multiple data. So it's not sim-d, it's simultaneous input multiple data, and those are CPU operations that operate on vectors of data rather than single data. It does multiple variables at once. So you could have a SIMD command that adds a list of 8 ints and another list of 8 ints together in a single CPU instruction. So instead of having 8 CPU instructions to do 8 additions, you just have one CPU operation that adds all of them at once. So if you're multiplying matrices, you can just like do 4 operations for 4 rows instead of like however many that would be, like 16. So it really adds up. You can do a lot of very cool stuff with SIMD. And is actually the main benefit of ECS is that it's usually, the data layout is good for automatic SIMDing of code. Alright, I need to go to the bathroom, I'll be right back. With SIMD, usually it's not, I realize I used the example of integer operations. Usually it's not integers, usually you're doing a ton of floating point operations with SIMD. That's where it like really speeds stuff up. So will you add SIMD? Also, what is the thing you're relating about? Talking about related to SIMD. Oh, ECS. I'm assuming that's what you're referring to. Entity Component Systems. Entity Component Systems is one particular way to architecture game engine architecture, basically. And basically it's data, it's spreadsheets as a game engine is the easiest way to describe that. Where instead of doing what you usually do with game engines and grouping like all the data for one object together, instead you're like, this piece of the object I'll group with the same piece of all the other objects. In the same way that the spreadsheet, you would have all the data in the same column, and that column could be one list, and then the row is like what entity that is in your game world, and then it's super fast for the computer to just like chew through all the data there, because you can do stuff like emit SIMD. And to the answer of will I have SIMD, I don't think I'll have automatic SIMD, like it won't be able to automatically convert your code to SIMD operations, but I will have SIMD intrinsics pretty early on that you can manually construct your code with if you really need to. And then at some point we can write an optimizer that upgrades code to SIMD operations. But to start out, no automatic SIMD, because not sure how to do that. What was I gonna do? Right, we were looking at the jump iterator of jump table command. I'm now realizing that I stuck with the table idea for now instead of jump mapping. What are intrinsics? So intrinsics are any function in a compiler that you can't see the definition for that are part of the compiler. So a lot of times there's like these weirdly named like float 128 built-in whatever that says, FABSQ. So this is something that only exists in this specific compiler. It's not part of a language, but this is like what the operations of the language are built out of, is like float 128 built-in copy sign q. So this function behind the scenes probably gets emitted as a single CPU instruction, but it's kind of like it's represented as you calling a function when in reality it's not a function call. It's just one operation of the CPU. Instead of an entire function call. Trying to decide how I want to handle this. That jumps based on an int value. Oh, and probably need to fix the iterator map block to string. Select There we go. There shouldn't be any other bugs in this file. Yep. Just wanted to make sure I got that in there. We're gonna have a new function called append blocks, and this will return a range standard ops range, view size between first equals self function, actually self blocks. Don't I have a blocks in function context? Because I have. Am I not doing custom context for blocks right now? I guess not. I'm worried that I do need to store custom context for blocks to do with what variables are defined. So our first, then we do self function self function blocks length to for I in count blocks push a IR block and then these newly appended blocks I'm gonna call this start blocks, and the idea that all these blocks are started at once, basically with the same context. And then we return start plus count. And this should be a result. Preemptively. even though there's no need for a result quite yet. We're going to say self start blocks. And then branches, I want this to be an exact size iterator. Let's see. Start blocks, branches, length. Oh, wait a second. This is because it's on the result. So if I actually result check that, we can turn it into a vector. Hmm. think this is the reason I was going to do specifically jump map as an operation. Because this is specifically mapping an integer value to a particular block to jump to. I'm actually going to make constants their own sub-value type. That way we can explicitly specify in an operation if we want something that must be constant. So if this can be any one of those value types, then yeah. Cool. Now this could probably just be a U64 and we could be done with it. We don't have any default. We do have branches. I want to zip this up with branches. With the condition type, the condition value, and the IR constant value. And real quickly here, we're just going to validate that condition type. IR native type. Well, I understood the assignment at least. And I do actually want unsigned to be included. Since I added it. Yeah, the great thing about having an editor with a ton of plugins that can change anything about the editor is you can just say, hey, I want that feature, Google search, and then probably somebody has made that feature. So yeah, this is a plugin called Avante. It makes Vim cursor. And I don't really use it that much because LLMs aren't good at the type of code I write. So on one hand, yay, job security. On the other hand, you know, it's just the image of like Squidward watching out the window. It's like, if I was making web dev slop, I could just have this do all the web dev slop for me because I hate JavaScript. Then we're also going to using... Yeah, there probably is some overlap. Actually, I don't know. See, here's the thing. The people making the LLM runtimes and the graphics card code, yes, probably a bit of overlap. The actual researchers training the AI usually code in Python and are academics. So usually their coding abilities are not, what is this cool Vim thing? I need to optimize my typing speed. They're not usually that type. The people making the infrastructure for LLMs, yes. Very much so, yes. The ones actually, like, designing the LLMs, doing research and testing them, no. They probably, like, barely know how to code. They know math. And they know enough coding to test out their theories. But they're really good at math. You dabbled in neural networks? Like, actually making my own, I have wanted to. Actually, all the way back when I was getting into programming, going back to the book I was raving about a couple days ago, Nature of Code, like, I wanted to manually implement neural... the acronym is NEAT, Neural Evolution of Augmenting Topologies. I really wanted to manually implement that. There was like this really cool video of like an LLM learning, not LLM, a machine learning model learning how to play Super Mario Brothers World, I think it was. And it was so cool. They had like a visual diagram of like the nodes and whatnot. This was when machine learning was cool. Neat. Machine learning Super Mario. I think it was this one. Yeah, this looks like it. 10 years ago. Wow. This is the ancient lore. But let me see if I can. But yeah, this is the diagram. I wanted to make something like this so bad. I still do, if I'm being honest. And I might get the opportunity to. There's an experiment I want to run where I want to try to grab like one of those Unitary open source models for like they're like walking or standing models, and then I want to try to throw those into a real-time VR scene. So imagine Boneworks, but instead of the enemies using like a very simplified physics rig, instead you have their entire body fully simulated, and then you have a machine learning model piloting that physics rig of the NPC. And then, like, I would probably have to train my own models at some point if I want to not have the in-game thing shaped like a Unitary robot. Yes, especially boss battles. One thing I want really badly is Dark Souls style bosses in VR, like massive boss, dodging attacks, all of that sort of stuff. And then I want a full force feedback haptic suit so I can actually fight this thing, like feel like I'm actually fighting it. But the problem with all of that is usually boss battle style mechanics in VR kind of suck. They usually suck like really bad. Because like to get something like that to feel good, you like need a motion matching system, kind of like Horizon Zero Dawn has, and you need that to like a third person controller is a lot more forgiving to animation inaccuracy than like in first person. I can see that its claw didn't actually hit me sort of deal. So that is something that I really want to experiment with, is machine learning models, not to drive like AI voices of NPCs, but to drive their movements in a physics simulation, because I feel like that would be really cool. So, yes, there is a different reality in which I am a loaded AI bro, because I hyper-focused on that instead of VR. And it's, like, not a distant reality. There's also the distant reality where I became a KSP YouTuber and figured out math for rockets and then worked at SpaceX. Not too attached to that future anymore, but it would have been a cool future me. Instead, I am me living at my parents' place making a VR game engine instead of being loaded AI bro. Now I could pivot to AI if I wanted at any time, and I don't think it would be too hard to catch up if I'm being completely honest. Most of the AI innovation seems to be in training data and sheer volume of compute that's accessible nowadays. So I don't think it would be too hard to catch up with a model that's somewhat reasonable. And I know that's like a crazy thing to say, But literally all I would have to do is read a couple research papers, implement my own algorithm or whatever. I have the knowledge to JIT compile stuff, so I might have the ability to literally compile model weights into something, as opposed to running them in a runtime. That might not actually make too much sense when you think about loading it onto a GPU, but I feel like there's innovations I could make in this space. Now, is that like the Dunning-Kruger effect talking? Or what? Is it the Dunning-Kruger? What's the name of the, like, I know everything about this thing that I know nothing about? I have that about AI. It falls under daydreaming? Maybe. Won't know until you try. I don't have the time to right now. At this precise moment. Though, not to spoil anything, but there is the chance I will be able to do some of these ideas, and you will see it when I do. But I probably will implement some sort of machine learning runtime into Brane Engine, specifically not for LLMs, though it could be used for LLMs, because, like, talking to NPCs is cool. I know it's cringe, but talking to NPCs is cool. Like, before the AI hype made AI not cool, the idea of NPCs being, like, more dynamic was extremely popular. Now it's AI slop, but it was, like, think of, like, SAO, for instance. The quests in SAO, in the lore, are AI slop. The Cardinal system is an AI that generates quests for people. Like, they had sentient AI in SAO, and that's how they emitted enough content for people to play the game for 2 years straight. There is cool things about AI when it's not used. Actually, there is a decent chance the SAO is generative AI, because, like, it's generating quests and those need content and whatnot. People like the idea of stuff like that before it became cringe. And I do plan on, like, for art assets and stuff, those need actual artists. I don't like mesh gen. It is 5 years, 10 years away. But when it comes to, like, an NPC that's dynamic, you can't ahead of time code that, I'm all for AI for that. Like, for the movement of AI, for the, and, like, you still need animators for the training data of, like, let's create this new mob. Let's have artistic license of how we want this thing to move. Now let's create a training set of that animation and do that per mob to try to get them to move in the way that you want them to. Okay, add in a const value variant for every native type, and then add an implementation with a function that checks if a constant is a native type. Perfect. That is the thing AI is good at. Boilerplate. Is type font type. I think it became cringe because what everyone calls AI isn't artificial intelligence. Yeah. in reality is just search engine that generates a response from stats. Here's the thing, it's more search engine than you know, because search engines use vector databases, and like the output of LLMs is the result of a dot product on a giant matrix, which is how vector databases work. Search engines and LLMs have extremely similar tech at the very basic level. Yeah. It is an investment hype. I could be making so much money if I was in the AI space, instead of being broke. VR dev going like, no guys, this thing's cool, please, please. Any form of funding, please. This is all like AI. And it's like, I will use AI. I will probably develop my own AI stuff. But only when it's, like, relevant, instead of trying to, like, shove it into places it doesn't belong. Like NPC movements. I really want a physics-based NPC. Create your own AI streamer co-host, but I'm not an entertainment streamer. I'm a coder streamer. You guys want to see my co-host AI? No, watch this. There you go. Here's my AI co-host. Model ChatGPT 4.0. Oh, that's why it's been cringe and I haven't been hitting model limits. It's because I have it set to 4.0 right now. So it does remember it between coding sessions what I set it to. I thought I was using ChatGPT 5 this entire time. But no, it's been 4.0. Ask him to entertain us. Tell a good coding joke. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Because light mode attracts bugs. There you go. Did I do a whole comedian stand-up routine? Okay guys, I'm paying for tokens here. I don't want to nuke my tokens. Nuke my wallet. Telling jokes. If you guys want AI to do a stand-up routine for you, the website is chatgpt.com. Not my stream. Get your slop elsewhere. Well, it just did the most common joke. If I asked it for an uncommon joke, give me the least common programming joke. Well, we broke it. It's a probability model based on the most common responses for things, and I just said least common. So it needs to find the most common response to the least common response. If it returns, I canceled it. Okay, that one's actually pretty good. Why did the programmer quit his job? He didn't get a raise. That's decent. That is actually a solidly decent joke. Like, that would be more so grounds for firing. Yeah. It is not the least common. Yeah. It should have gone. As a large language model, I do not know the least common occurrence of a thing. So we successfully create a ton of blocks. Then I also need an instruction for setting blocks. Honestly, this shouldn't ever crash. I'm gonna call this create blocks. And then I'm actually going to have a function for okay, I think I just came up with a way to handle variable labels in the way that we need to. Okay, so when we start a block, it needs to be block uSize result. Not necessarily result, other than just like, did this succeed? We just say self current block. This is going to be, we're not going to have set block. And then this is an assert. Because realistically, this isn't something that should ever happen. So one thing our function context requires is I'll just implement this as scopes vec of hash map to usize. Then here we'll have a vector of our value. Yeah. Yeah. Stack of a map from string labels in our document to actual variable IDs. This allows scopes to overwrite values without for the menu. Will it be able to be custom, or it'll be more like a 2D game, or more like the VR chat one? What would be 2D or 3D? 3 characteristics of the menu. The menu music. So it's not a game, so I don't think we have menu music. But for modding, that kind of goes back to what I said of I want as much of the engine coded in Brane script as possible, and that goes to like client UI would be coded in Brane script, stored locally on your machine. So my intuition is it would be possible for you to write your own UI for yourself that you see. Now, if you're in a game and that game implements its own UI, you would be at the mercy of that world creator to handle their UI. And then it gets into complexity, like I want there to be ways for worlds to augment your like regular UI. So it's like, here's an API to add sections to the pre-existing UI. And then if you've written your own UI, then there's the issue of like custom UIs conflicting with world UIs. But that's kind of my vibe check on that, of like, you have a menu, you can flavor that menu how you want with your own code. Yeah, big issue for Resomat users has also been the US. It's like a problem area for Alpha VR. You mean the user experience, the UX? Did that get auto-corrected to the US government? UI. Yeah. But yeah, so the reason I'm doing it like this is it allows scripts to overwrite values. Right. And share labels within overwrite and share labels. Share the same label for multiple values if it makes sense in ways that make sense in the document. That would be the home world. That is to be determined. I feel like by default it's just a void. And then from the void you navigate to where you want to go. The problem is personal data limit. The majority of inspiration for Brane Engine was my super slow internet in my college town in Idaho. Of like 16 megabytes down on a good day, or megabits. It's megabits, not megabytes. Bytes would be 8 times better. But yeah, of like the entire reason I want like super incremental loading of worlds is because there are some people with crap internet connections that have PCs that are fine, but they have crap internet connections and they want to get into a world as fast as possible because their friends are going to walk off in the 2 minutes that it's going to take them to load into the world. Yeah, I'm not in Idaho anymore. I'm back in Florida, but I spent 3 years in Idaho, and yeah. No, I have the security gators. So with this system, I can handle blocks. But we do need a way to map the phi nodes for blocks. This way, whenever I emit a jump instruction, it should automatically go, hey, what variables are currently in scope? And do I need to add a value to this phi node? via Florida Man codes via engine from purple lit room. It's not purple, it's solid blue and solid red. So I guess it can. The mixture looks purple. I was going very much for Blade Runner-esque vibes this time. I'm feeling good about this. Okay. Neighbor's probably just glad it's another meth lab. This is true. This is true. Jesse, we need to code. Breaking Bash. That is good. That is good. Alright, I'm trying to decide what to emit phi nodes of. So whenever we emit a jump, we know for sure that nothing after that jump really is in scope for that block, but we do know that... Okay, yeah. We're gonna say function jump vars. So whenever we emit a jump instruction, we resolve call it map jump vars. And honestly, this should be a function that doesn't throw. And we need to map from basically when we emit a jump instruction, we assume that we never emit a jump instruction to a block that we're not currently evaluating. So when we emit a jump instruction, we need to take every single variable currently in our list of labeled variables, because those are all the things that are fiable, and we take the current value of all of them and throw all of those, every single one of them, into a phi node. Yes. And then, when we start the block, we replace any labeled variable that is a phi node Wait a second, this is why Crane Lift has the store and load stack system. Because if I go into a switch statement, I don't want the scope of this, anything I do in that switch statement, to affect the results of my variables when I move to the next branch of the switch statement. Unless, of course, you're doing C++ or C style, where you have fall through on the switch statements. We don't like fall through on the switch statements. That is scary. And I always forget to put break statements in. So, sorry. No case. Maybe a jump to, or go to. But go to only in switch statements. Or match statements in this case. But it's match statement, so that doesn't make as much sense. Anyways. Yeah, we say match jump variables. Takes the current stack frame and appends it to with a block's current set of phi nodes. Okay, so we're gonna say 4. Frame in self. Stack. I'm gonna be honest, doing this feels really good right now because I've never really gotten to this point in a scripting language where I actually understood all of these concepts and actually applied them, because before I was just using the LLVM mem to reg optimization pass, which means I could just use the actual stack, use the actual heap, and then it would just go anytime it would be able to tell where I'm using bits of memory as variables that could be used as registers or SSA values. So essentially I didn't have to do any of this fine node stuff. We're gonna call this scopes. But like the first the first LLVM binary I see, not LLVM, Brane script binary that I see with intermediate representation with all the fine nodes connected up, and it's going to make me really happy. It's because it's going to be so it's going to be so cool. Okay, so for scope in okay, and what is var? It is string. For every single ID that is currently in scope, we want to self Is it possible to flatten vectors? Okay. There we go. And I wanted to do that. That way we don't have a mutable reference to self-stored. That way we can make functions that accept it. Because one thing I want to do is have the ability to phi node things. Actually, the way we currently have stuff set up, I need to split this up into utility functions because I have the vague idea of what I want to do, but it is like there's a lot of steps to it. So I want to do a reference to a mutable reference to an intermediate value on a block. So if we have this variable and we have this block, then we want to get a mutable IR value reference to not actually a value type. We want immutable vector of value, which is the phi node. Get a mutable list to the phi inputs for a certain variable on a block. If there is not currently a phi node for this variable, this will return and will new one. Then, what we need to do is check if a block already has a mapping for a phi node. let phi index equal match on self block phi mappings So now we know that there's always a phi mappings vector initialized for a certain array. Block phi mappings block. Where is the assertion? There it is. So now, block phi mappings iterator find Ooh, I also want to enumerate so I can get the actual index of the phi. And then we're going to find map. Actually, this is ID and then var. Then if index and then var. If var equal var ID, then this is sum index, else none. Then, if we find a phi node, we just return it. If none, however, alright, thank you for sticking around while you could, though. It is appreciated. New index equals mappings length, mappings push. I'm also going to assert that self functions blocks block by length is equal to new index. Just for my sanity. And we're gonna push mappings var ID, and then in the blocks phi node, We're gonna say self function blocks block phi push vec new, and then finally we return self function blocks block phi index. Okay. Woo. No. The Mac. Quick release cable. Quick released. I don't want it to quick release. I want my laptop to be pulled off the table and explode. Screw you, Apple. I want screws. Like, you know the old HDMI cables that had like the screws on either side of it? I want that on my charging cable. Just screw it in. Somebody trips over the cable, it's flying across the room. That's what I want. Because I'm clumsy enough to accidentally disconnect things. I'm not clumsy enough to make stuff fly across the room. So I want the middle ground, where if somebody is actually clumsy, it flies across the room. So that my clumsiness to disconnect things doesn't actually disconnect them. Anyways, we now have block phi for var. We can get the phi node. Block phi for var. And now this block does have a phi mapping for that variable. This should not be... I went through all this work to try to make this not be a reference, and then I forgot to make it not a reference. There we go. No more mutable reference to self there, we're good. So now that we have the list of all the phi inputs for this specific variable. We want to Is there a simple Rust way? Is there like a super easy to... Okay, yeah. Just use the contains method. If not phi contains... I'm going to say let the variable value equal self variables. Wait, when do I want to do all the variables? Actually, no. Variables go out of scope, so this is a very slight optimization. Variables. Bar, and I do want this to panic if this is not correct, because it should always be correct. And this is an R value. Right. Okay. I have the problem where the value... This isn't a huge problem, it just means I have to go back and... Oh, this code down here, it's so clean. But... yeah, the problem is that our values are flattened, can be flattened structs or enums, meaning that we need multiple phi nodes for singular variables. Oh, that's so cursed. Map ranges of block phi nodes to the variables they grab values from. Range is needed because variables may be flattened. Structs or enums containing multiple SSA values. Means this variable our value needs a flattened size function that gives us the total number of SSA values contained within it, as well as an iterator over every single SSA value. Oh, I am getting completely sidetracked. What function was I in? One of the jump functions. Map jump vars, yes. Okay, so when we get a block phi node for var, we need to pass in the width. I feel like there is a proper Rust documentation syntax to actually say. Width is the size of the flattened value Width is the size of the flattened type that the variable represents. Yeah. I just had an incredibly cursed idea, and that's that Oh wait, we already have the range. So yeah, we'll just do while or 0 to width. We want to actually validate that it's the correct size. Mappings, push the var ID. So basically, I'm just going to fill every single variable slot. In mappings. If a value variable represents a flattened struct or enum, its ID will be placed in multiple indices. These will probably be contiguous. The same count as the variable's width. Yeah, so when we do block node for phi, get this, then what we're going to return is a slice. Does that work? Okay, so the type for this is a mutable reference to a slice of vectors. Got it. So this gives us a range of the phi nodes that lines up with the flattened variable R value. So now we need to be able to get flattened R values. Yo. Okay, this... Well, I could write this myself. Wouldn't it be so much more fun if I got the intern to do it? So let's see if we can get the agent. Do I try ChatGPT 5 again? I think I try 5 again. And see if my bandwidth limits immediately kill it or not. Okay, so... the enum R value represents either a single SSA value or flattened representations of other of structures or enums. Discriminated unions. I want 2 new things. A width method implemented on R value, SSA struct, SSA enum, that returns the total number of contained SSA values, IR value. Then I want a fixed length greater implementation for R value. Actually, I feel like an iterator is a little bit too much to ask for, so we're just going to go with and a function. And a flatten method for our value that returns a vec of every IR value contained their value. So let's see if I get bandwidth limited in the first 3 API calls. We are using the fancy new model now. Let's see if fancy new model can do fancy new model things. It's a lot slower than 04, it seems. API request failed. Rate limit reached. Okay. Oh. It's slowly limping its way through it. But I don't want to wait here, so... I'm trying to stop Avante, but it's not working. Let's switch to... What's a good coding model? 03? I guess we'll just switch back to 04. Or 4.0. So fancy, it pauses longer to think. No, it's not thinking. It's rate limit reached. It's called OpenAI does not trust me to use their stuff yet. There we go. But it does let me use the old model, and that one just flies. No, I don't want to. Okay. Mount these. Sorry, I gave you the wrong file for context. Switch to Brane C lib mod Brane C source lib rs instead. This should be a front end change only and not affect the IR. I do really like how you can just tell it not to do things and then tell it the reason why, so to redirect it. I actually really like that aspect of it. Oh, there we go. I wanted to do something more efficient than flattening like that. So I'm just gonna tell it to. This is the correct functionality, but I would like to... Yeah, I need a cheat sheet as well. That would be really nice. To reduce the number of vector allocations for flatten. Implement the flattening as a non-public function that takes a moot vec reference and then expose a simple API for that more efficient function. Manager. We are not a coder, we are a manager now. Alright, let's see if it did what I want. Okay. We have a flatten internal that takes in... Perfect. So now our massive types, because enums are going to be massive. No. That's the return. That's the return value, my friend. You're done. Return control to me. That's the return. Okay. But yeah, that is... I think that took less time than me coding it myself. Maybe. It's possible. It was less painful. Okay, so now, when we get block phi for var, we can just do flattened length, like so, and then for phi in phi's, iterator mutable zip with flattened. So phi, the value, and then we're just gonna see if phi contains value. If not, phi contains value. Phi push value. Wonder what the opposite of tell it to me like I'm 5 could be, so you could tell it to give more advanced, better written code. Doctoral thesis. Then again, I don't know. PhDs aren't necessarily smarter, they just use fancier words. Okay, yeah, they are smarter. They're competent, at least. They're competent individuals. But they're still human. And I wouldn't want it to use PhD language, because PhD language is complicated for the sake of being complicated. Well, I mean, it's supposed to be like the words you use have more specific meanings when you speak more complicatedly, but for me, I am not a PhD. I often try to like dumb down the way I speak to make it more understandable, and then I just use more words. So I speak longer, but structured in such a way that the meaning comes through instead of using more specific language. I do use fancy words though. Contiguous is a favorite. Yeah. I guess like treat me like a grad student is still a good prompt. So now self map jump vars to block. Sorry, I'm laughing because how is it that easy? Indeed. Okay. For branch in branches iter. It could also be block range. I'm gonna do block range just because it makes more sense. For branch in block range, self map jump variables to the branch. There's no way. Man, when you abstract things, they become easy to work with. This is a monster block of code, though. Absolutely massive. Okay. Ooh. I need... a very fun test. Very fun test. And we're gonna have this explicitly as a slice, so we can make sub-slices of it. And then... So we have a value. Then we have the type of this. Ooh. Let's see. I don't really want to code this because this will be an absolute pain. So instead, all right, implement the R value from flattened struct. want the R value from flattened struct should take in use the IR definition of a type to convert from a vector slice to reconstruct an R value. Use sub-slicing to implement this recursively. It should, I think, be able to handle this. All right, let's see it. Can I... There we go. Nice, okay, it is actually doing error checking correctly. Valid enum ID, expect at least one value for the enum, got 0 values. For every single variant, if sum from flattened, good. Indexes value 0. When I flatten enums, what order is the index in? This was my main concern, was flatten internal. Okay, it does put the index first. Okay, I've been putting the index later in the structure of the thing. Because like in memory layouts, you want the larger thing to come before the smaller thing, because the larger thing might have like more strict alignment requirements than the smaller index. So the smaller index might be able to like reduce the amount of padding. Because let's say you have an alignment 8 thing and alignment 2 integer, and then suddenly you have to put in 6 bytes of padding between the integer and the index after the object in memory representation, but in this sense we are pushing the value first in both instances. That's fine. That was the main thing that I wanted to verify there. So we can say yes. Oh no, rate limit reached. Wait, which? .40. I reached my rate limit on 4.0? I haven't done that yet. Request canceled by user succeeded. Okay. I got my fancy unwrapping recursive function is just like a bunch of very like sub-slicing of things, so I just didn't want to have to deal with that. Where's this width function coming from? We don't want an AST type, we want an IR type. Which luckily, the LLM understood what I was doing. And didn't actually, like, rock the difference between the AST type and the native type. So now, this works. With only minor problems. Main thing here is we don't have a width for types. Oh wait, right. This isn't a member function because we are constructing the self. They just forgot the self prefix, so... I wonder if my rate limit is the day, or... I should direct silent, an IR type. Do I hit rate limits? Indeed. Okay, I think the thing is dead. Okay, pub function. Type width, type IR type module IR module. I'll do this one myself. There we go. For native type, 1. Always for 1. For pointers, these are also SSA value 1. Let me actually check. How does this handle pointers? Pointers are 1. It understood that. Let's go. And we can say struct f oh wait, this is not a mutable reference, which means you can iterate, fold all day. Self type width for member. Oh, right. Count plus self type width. And I know I'm going like total functional programming on this. A little bit possibly excessively, but functional programming is fun. Ah, dang, I have to do functional programming exception handling. Yeah. Helps a lot if a language is like super iterator based. Count. We match count if this is where like we start getting to maybe a for loop would have been better for this. Okay, count equals okay, count self type with error, error, just forward on the error. Look at that, we one-lined the entire thing, except for this. Cannot add result. Yeah, this is where it would be better to have a for loop. Let's just do a for loop. For me, what I struggle with is not doing the fanciest thing imaginable. Because I learned that I could do something fancy. Because that is a lot more... That's a lot cleaner and more readable, but it's not as fancy. Yup. Let's see, there, yes. The difference here is the count starts at 1. I guess I have to okay the 1 as well. Functional programming makes it very tempting to choose brevity. Yeah. I wonder if spend 40 seconds writing out something incredibly fancy but not readable. My coworker goes, "Wow, that's crazy, but I hate it." Yeah. No, in the last version of the scripting language that I was working on, I definitely constructed some Lovecraftian horrors of functional programming. Because I was thinking, oh, I'm using this to make a functional programming language, so why don't I test out functional programming language in the programming language? What is map for? That is pretty cool. Nope, nope. Can I just turn this into... Okay, I'm going to use that everywhere. Occasionally, letting LLMs generate stuff, you stumble across things that you weren't aware of, like map or. This is how I'm going to handle error checking in all of my enum related things now, because I was just writing out entire match statements. That is so much better. I love it. There's probably going to be a moment where I just am going over the entirety of the Rust iterator and option-esque traits and copying every single utility that I find there into Brane script. Okay, I think we now have a way to grab values from their flattened form, which now, if I go back all the way to start block, I believe. I now have a way to actually read values when I need to read values. LMs are very good at letting you know what you don't know that you don't know. This is true. And it's always a situation like, well, if I knew how to write this code, I would just write the code instead of asking you. The LLM's like, well, you need to tell me how to write the code. And I'm like, I don't know how to write the code. That's why I'm asking you. Alright, I'm gonna be right back in like 2 minutes. Alright, I am back. We're like, these were the hard problems. These are the hard problems with the language. So, we're like really close to having a binary that we can output and run. Relative to where I've been. What's holding me back now is boilerplate, not... What's holding me back is boilerplate, not actually problem solving now. So what we need to do is for scope in scopes, self scopes, iterator mutable, in scope every single one of these variables variable ID. You have the same problem I do, where if you go looking for help on a very specific problem, you're already the go-to expert on it. Not all of the time, but like sometimes. I've spent enough time in the coding language cave that it's like, there are people who have implemented a lot more of coding languages than I have, and here I am just trying to like get mine working. So far there's still a lot of people more competent at coding language design than I am. But it comes to like, what would I be the most competent person on? The thing is, I have found a group of very competent people to hang out with, which is nice. There's a lot of things that like I am very competent about, but I would never say that I'm like the most competent at any of them. I would say I'm one of the like the more well-rounded programmers I know, where I have a lot of skill sets, but I don't know that I'm like go-to on anything, as in like the absolute best. People do come to me for stuff, but not necessarily because I am the best source. That's what awards are there to show. I don't have too many of those. I guess there is like the VR chat world creator competition. I guess that, yeah, if you want super detailed VR chat interactions, like Udon scripted interactions that are like physics-based and super efficient, then yes, I would actually say I'm the go-to source on that, because I have not seen a world. I've seen worlds with similar functionality, but not worlds with the same functionality implemented in the way that I did in an efficient manner. I've seen worlds with very similar functionality using like one particular open source GitHub repo, but that uses physics for everything, whereas my stuff was actually coded and is efficient, and if you're not using it, has absolutely zero computational load on your scene. Okay, so we have variable ID, and we're basically just going to check is there a way for me to iterate over sections of phi node? Wait a second. Here, I'll just do map Okay, so this is basically just same exact function as the other one, but it's a try version of it. So then when we do start block, we can do let if let sum size is equal to self. Where I get phi block for bar, and this can actually be self not mutable because we're not doing it mutably here. It also needs to be not mutable for this to actually work. Bar ID. Block phis for var. Block phi values for var, and this is just going to be Beck IR value. Instead of this, we don't even need a reference to block. What we can do is this into iterator map, then collect as a vector, index, and these are the enumeration values of the range of bleh. And we just do IR value phi argument block as U32 arg is I as U32. So this is a actually usable value. There we go. Yeah, now we have the actual values. We have block var ID. And then we need width to equal self variables var ID width, because variables should not change. They should not change. Basically ever. Unless we redefine them. But yeah, for the most part, values should stay exactly same type. And then we're gonna say var ID is equal to var value from flattened deal code action. Fine. I'll go do it manually. Really, this should be a pointer. Or a thing that can only be a pointer. Dang, but I really like native types being like this small, easy thing. Oh, it has to be a static string. From string. I don't think... Oh, I do probably use from string. No, actually. I don't use from string anymore. Did I reach rate limits on everything? Hello, how goes it? Damn. Want to implement display for oh. Because Avanti is still trying to... think LLMs will ever get to the point where you're not paying per token, but maybe more like a subscription cloud service. To my understanding, that's how things like Claude Code and Cursor work. On the back end, it's still per token, but the user, what they expose to them is like a $200 a month subscription. And apparently they lose a lot of money on that, because some people are absolute madmen with what they get stuff to do. This is where I would bring out my local model, but we'll just start coding manually. It's about at that point. It just would be really nice for high boilerplate situations like this. Could have sworn that yeah, I just really don't want to do display things manually. So at the bottom here, there should be a list of, here it is. Avante switch provider. Okay, we have switched the provider to Olama. So make sure I have that open. So now, I should just be able to go that. We watch as all my VRAM disappears. And my GPU spikes to 100% utilization. Yes, by tokens already like a cloud service. You pay for what you use model, considering how much money these models are costing their companies. Would expect someone to eventually figure out a... Yeah. Ideally, what we all do is just use local models. Like, get a... If you have, like, a particular coding language, get the model specifically just for that coding language. And have it, like, distilled down so it works well. There we go. It took it a little bit, but Quencoder 2.5 chugged along. Isn't exactly what I want, but here we're gonna say just gonna put a pointer at the beginning there. And that's what I wanted. Now we need to add to here. We don't need toString either, because now we have display for all of that. There's no longer a pointer type. Different from the others, it's just part of everything else. We can't do copy anymore because it is potentially duplicating stuff. Version. Local models, but they're just sold like Warcraft expansions. There isn't just the subscription. The purchasing of the next patch of feature added functionality as well. True. But here's the thing. Subscriptions are reoccurring revenue, and companies love recurring revenue. Everybody loves recurring revenue. Models should probably be sold on a case-by-case basis, though, because a lot of people seem to get really angry when a model worked for them, then it's changed or taken away. I'm not going to worry about that for now. There we go. Now pointer. Wait a second. I don't want pointers. Wait a second. My IR did define pointers. Okay, we're fine. I didn't make a big mistake. We're fine. So this particular pointer, actually, we do want this to be type IR value does need to be a pointer. I guess it's our value. Trying to figure out what I broke, if I did break anything. I don't know if I broke anything. Gotcha games, but it's LLM models. No. But you were thinking the same thing, yeah. Guess which AI waifu I pulled today, guys. Oh my, that truly is the dystopia. So we don't need to do this anymore because native type now just works for everything. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, what does MTX stand for? I'm not familiar with the term. Which is probably a good thing, because it sounds like it's a exploitative game mechanic. Microtransaction. Oh, okay. It's just a short. That makes sense. see, it'll chug its way through it. One can hope. Are video codecs Turing complete? Would you be able to do work inside of a video encoder? Like, with the certain input video sent through an encoder with specifically chosen instructions, could you get a specific output video? Oh, there's a ton of microtransactions in VR already. It's not free. I should have just done it manually. Instead, we are cooking my GPU. Well, it's doing something. Imagine the future AI mascot NPCs that'll be used in advertising of future VR apps. Yeah. I don't know if that's good or bad. Could be interesting at the very least. Okay, I need just tell it to give up. Look at that. Straight from like 90 to 15%. It'll take a bit for the VRAM usage to back. Doing some Vim key binding things. Let's see, what was that? 13? Nice. I think it was when I told it to apply the change to the rest of the file, it kind of just died. Art Cyberpunk 2027. An AI VTuber mascot was the one selling cigarettes in the future. I did miss that part. Kind of crazy. What can BrainScript do right now? Nothing. If I roll back to a previous version of the project, I can emit a function that does 2 + 2. So this version of BrainScript, so BrainScript 1.0 can do like templates and stuff, but I ran into problems with the type system, and that was like 3 years ago. And I've been working on different iterations of BrainScript since. None have really crossed the finish line to the point where like they're actually usable. This rendition, BrainScript 3 or 4 or whatever you want to call it, which is the I'm done making scripting languages, I want to make a game engine scripting language. Currently, we are almost to the point where we have abstracted the compiler front end for control flow. And yeah, right now I'm messing around with like some abstractions for making constants easier. But once I get it emitting code, it will essentially be a fully functioning like coding language. Like it will be fully working. It will basically be a C-like language with Rust-style syntax. Imagine Rust without the borrow checker, because we have discriminated unions, and that's about it. Brane, work with me, right? Value const value I32 value. Alright, even though it nuked my PC last time, let's try implement a helper function for every const value type to produce value from value. 2 + 2 = 4. Yes. Oh, dang. It's just gonna keep doing that. I think I'm gonna open a PR to, or a whatchamacallit, bug report on that. And now we should be using the local LLM. when I try to use AI to make things more efficient, but I didn't take into account rate limiting. But this should work. There we go. It's going. It's chugging, but it's going. It was actually really nice the first time I hooked up an API key to this and I saw how fast it flies. When you hook it up to a not local LLM model. What size model do I have it hooked up to right now? Oh, wait, Oh, I have it on the 32B model right now. That's why it's so slow. I could put it on the 16B model and it would be a lot faster. I thought I had switched it down. Do I want to do that? I'm not planning on having a... I didn't catch that. I don't want super large values. Ever since I realized the limitation of my GPU, it disgusted me. This is true. I need... require a large GPU. I mean, it's a 3090, it's not... But I'm not a past-gen peasant. It's still a fast GPU. I'm still relevant. I am still relevant. No, I'm not dropping 2K on a 5090 to have fake frames. Sure. I believe you. do it. Let the capitalism flow through you. Increase NVIDIA shareholder value. You know you want to. Oh, and I don't care about that because evaluate expression is no longer what I'm using. Okay, so I have R value from flattened. Self variables push self mod context module. There, clarification on my helmet's AI saying engage on order 66. Self cannot borrow. Self is immutable borrow because it already is mutated there. But that's scoops. That's scoops. That is scoops. You don't need scoops. block phi values for var. Does not touch scopes at all. Just block phi mappings and the function. I wish there was a way to indicate that it only used certain member function or members of the function. I guess what I could do is say reference block phi mappings in this are not public, but I don't want anyone else touching these. Wait, was this set to require a mutable self-reference? Okay, no it wasn't. There we go. I am smarter than the borrow checker. But at the cost of convenience. Okay. So basically, what this function is doing is search the current scoop of exposed values or any values that are mapped to a phi node of this block. And if so, make our labels point to that. Oh man. So, as long as we call start block we already have get variable at path. Let's set variable at path. We already have phi nodes accounting for every single value flattened. Every single possible value. Variables. Find. Do other scripting languages do pipelines instead of functions? Not really. Though there's a similar paradigm that Elixir uses, as well as the language that Elixir was built on top of, what's it called? Whatchamacallit? The VM that Elixir is based on top of starts with a B. Those use a entity paradigm, and that is very similar to pipelines, in the sense that you send messages and then asynchronously get messages back from that, but it's not really pipelines. It's close. If you made a language entirely out of message passing, then it might be similar to pipelines, but it's not really that close. The closest thing other languages have to pipelines are coroutines. Pipelines are basically always asynchronously valid coroutine, or a Rust async function if it's a thread-safe Rust future, basically. Is that Hello World in... That looks like C#. JavaScript? JavaScript has publicity specifiers? System out print line. That looks like C#. Especially with the system out. Okay, we don't want to do variables, we want to do scoops, iterator, reverse, and then we want to find map on then we want to try to get label. Oh, actually, that just inlines really nicely. That should be a U size. Cannot convert from U size to R value. And that is because self variables wants a mutable reference to the current root. Did R value There we go, that works. I'm gonna copy this entire thing. Behemoth. Drop it in here. That should be the same result. Another thing is okay, yeah. We'll keep that the same. Okay. Now, to get back to what we were trying to do at the very beginning of this stream, 6 hours ago, implement the store method for enums, for discriminated unions. Alright, I'm gonna let my brain reset a little bit. Okay, if this is in fact an enum, and we're storing it in a pointer, so we are storing an enum in a pointer right now. This is what we're doing. I could be using a lot more unwraps here. And then I don't want to do store. Oh wait, no, this is a store. Yeah, and that's an IR value, so we can just directly drop that in there at the variant pointer. And then what we want to do, what we want to do next is a match statement. Okay, I want the one last thing on the function context. So we have create blocks, but I also want just plain create block, which for safety, we're just going to have it be self like that. So do we do the whole create a block, do a phi mapping, all of that fun stuff? And then I say let branch blocks equal context create blocks. Actually, context emit jump map is what we want to do. And then the condition type is going to be layout index type. Then our condition is going to be index. And then our branches are going to be gets us our variance. The indices equal def variance, or I'm just gonna say zero to variance length into error. And then we need to map these into branches are IR const value. I feel like I'm gonna have to do this multiple times, so we're gonna go to IR constant type. We're gonna say index of type, and this returns self. I'm gonna say value uSize, and then maybe I do switch to the 16B. I could run GPT OSS 20B. I wonder what's better, GPT OSS or Quencoder? 32B. I don't know where... OSS is good at tool calling. I don't care about general knowledge tasks. I might switch to GPT OSS. Okay. Going back here. Instead of all this madness, now we can just do map, layout, index type, IR const value, index of type, like that. And now Find branches. There we go. So now we are correctly casting all of our indices to the expected enum type, and then we can say let branch blocks equal that. And then for block in branch block, and I'm just gonna do join block here, context, create block, and I also get to test out another thing, which is I'm gonna put this above the jump commands. Wait, emit function. Where am I? There it is. See, right before emit jump, we're gonna do public function take stack, or you play Dreams by Media Molecule. I unfortunately have not. That's the one with like the really advanced SDF rendering, right? I've been an admirer from afar. I would really like to get hands on it with it at some point, but I just don't have a PS4 or access to one, or have ever had consistent access to one. Self scoops. Mm. Yeah. I agree. Standard mem swap. Okay, going back to here. You do let variables equal actually, I don't care about variables because in this particular instance they don't change at all. All I need to do is for block and branch block if let some inner equal variance. Actually, I should zip this with variance. Sure would have stuck to actually trying to learn how to create in that game. Younger me would rather play COD. Yeah. Many such cases. So I have the variant type, I have the block. Oh. I don't have to worry about variant offsets. Oh, this is amazing. All I have to do is say if there is some inner variant of the type, then we just do... So we're storing, we're not loading, we're storing. We already took care of loading, because loading is branchless and will be optimized to be branched, hopefully. Just completely brain shorting out here. Okay. So we have this pointer. This pointer. We want to emit load operations from this pointer. Wait. What we want to do is self or context start block like that. Oh, right. It's... I was trying to do like the cheeky make it default. I'll just leave that like that. Not do anything fancy. Oh, right, this needs to be an L value. Now we are storing the variant data. So we zip on these variants. Instead, we get an option R value. Yup. That's why I stream, is because I can just lock in. Maybe, maybe not. Okay. Then, after we have done the store operation, we go back to context. Emit jump to the join block. We get distraction though? Sometimes, but mostly not. I'm still getting like, so either I have an unfocused 3 or so hours, or I have a more focused 7 to 8 hours. So it's fun though. I enjoy streaming. Helps me code. Okay. So this is what making a match statement will look like behind the scenes. That is a lot of abstraction right there to just be able to go, oh look, it's so easy. You just create all the blocks that you can jump to, you create the block that they jump to afterwards, and then we iterate over the data, like the indices of the blocks we just created. We start the block, we do a store operation in the block, and then we jump back to the join block. And then here, we just start ourselves back on the join block. Indeed, you are the rubber duck. File context. Where is context? Yeah, start block. There it is. Basically, all this does is we emit a jump map. So this is a jump table. This is how switch statements work. And then we create a new block. So the way that control flow works in compilers is through basic blocks. A basic block is just, I believe I already explained this, maybe? it's a section of code that the only place you can jump to is the beginning. And then out of here you can jump out of it, but you can't jump to anywhere in this block. It's like putting, in assembly code, it's like putting a label that you can go to. So it's like or C, or whatever languages have go-tos. You put a label here. This is a place we can jump to, and then execution continues. And they're kind of amorphous. Exactly. And then jump map, what this does is it's a jump, but it's a jump table version of a jump. And then here, jump goes back to a join block. So essentially we like branch out to all the different like possible control flow for the variant, and then we branch back in to the start block. And just like that, I think store is done. Load is done, and store is done. Now, if I look over here at my MS Paint ramblings, this move operations if block is only a reference to values is not a loop. I think that we can ignore this if we just take this bit here, copy it into here. We take this, we go to the load operation, because this is a load operation. I'm not gonna risk it with the, oh, maybe it will let us just emit all of the load operations at once. No, we're just gonna emit a giant match statement for loading it. There we go, we are now loading the index instead of storing it. And then for the indices, we need to do enum def variance length. And then here we need let variant types equal enum def variance iterator map. Just put it in here. I'm betting we get some borrow checker errors here. But then, instead of store, we use load. And we need put the type on the pointer. Hey, load this pointer. It's totally what we expect it to be. What is theme? In this context, particularly. This could have been a map statement. Oh, right. You're doing error checking. Means this is still the best format for that. Is ECS in VR really a bottleneck? ECS would be an improvement. Maybe? I don't know. When you say a bottleneck, in what way are you asking? Performance. Are you saying not having ECS is a bottleneck, or having ECS is a bottleneck? Because I know I've said, like, over the years, I've said both, like, I'm making an engine with ECS, and also, like, that potentially ECS isn't the best solution for a UGC-centered game engine. User-generated content-centered game engine. And I've said those both. The main thing with, like, with ECS, the idea is that you're reusing a lot of common components, and with user-generated content, you need to explicitly sandbox stuff. So it can be, you know, in entity component systems, so it's a game engines as spreadsheets. See Unity dots for more info. Holy crap. We've gotten to the point where, like, we can start building things. Okay, now I need a couple of new utility functions. All the utility functions. One we need is define variable. Another one we need is start scope. And end scope. And these are variable scopes. So Unity isn't an entity component system by default. Unity does have an ECS system, but game objects in Unity are classes, because Unity is object-oriented. Now, behind the scenes, they've optimized it to act ECS, like, for transforms and whatnot. But only Unity Dot's data-oriented technology stack that's Unity ECS, but by default, Unity is not ECS. It's object-oriented. Unreal Engine is also object-oriented. So they're hierarchies of classes instead of entities. You really have to use it to truly understand it. Isn't each Unity game object an entity that has components attached to it? In a sense, very vaguely, yes. But each one of those components is an entire class, and those... With entity component systems, the reason why it's like ECS is because components or systems are explicitly different from each other, and in Unity, scripts contain both data and the scripts operating on them. So it's like a mixture of the two, whereas in ECS it's very explicitly the system is not organized with the data. Instead, you make systems in ECS is usually you have a call you do to the engine that you say, give me every single object with a player component and a movement component, and then you run the same function on all of those in like a for each loop, instead of each one of those components having a move function that gets called by the runtime. Instead, you are the runtime calling it and then iterating over them. Yeah. self variables length, and then there's something like option. Or do I want to... Actually, I'm going to allow that. I'm going to allow people to overwrite variable names. Define multiple variables with the same name, because my system allows for that, and I really like that in Rust. What is ECS weak at? In my opinion, from the backend side of things, ECS is best at you have thousands of the same exact thing or very similar things in your scene that can be made out of similar pieces. When you're dealing with a user-generated content system, every single thing in that system, if it's built by people, let's say you have like an 80 people in a VR chat instance, and every single one has a custom avatar, none of those are sharing basically any components. Oh, we're not to use ECS for games? If you really like object-oriented programming and your brain works that way, then go for it. Otherwise, like, don't even use ECS. Code your games with a fat struct. And by fat struct, I mean like, there's one structure that can represent everything in your game. And then when you, like, are doing different things in your game, you just check what thing that thing is representing. ECS is not object-oriented programming. I'm saying, unless you really like object-oriented programming, use some form of data-oriented design, which ECS is. I'm gonna be off. But we basically implemented everything, and the last thing we have to do here is just walk the AST and emit instructions, and that's it. Like, we're almost done, I think. Okay. And I was just trying to fix my sleep schedule yesterday. Like, I woke up at 2 a.m. today. Don't worry, I took a nap in the afternoon, so I haven't been awake since 2 a.m. I haven't been awake for 24 hours. But it is definitely worth it. If we start emitting binaries tonight, like, you'll use ECS, right? Maybe. I'm probably going to use something similar to it. I don't think it's what I'm going to directly expose to people. If I do use ECS, you won't see it as ECS. Because I want something a little bit conceptually easier for people to work with. BraneScript 2.0 is near. This is BraneScript 4.0, I think, if we count like the failed versions between here and there. Hello! There are more people in Twitch chat than normal. How are you guys doing? Can you summarize what you are building? So right now we are building a sandboxed scripting language for a just-in-time compiled sandbox scripting language for a VR-focused game engine I am working on. Are you able to stream for 7 hours? Is there any trick to do it? Mental illness. Like, unironically. But, yeah. I have a result here, but I don't have anything that makes it fail, so we're just gonna have this not be a result. Exactly. Okay, and this is going to be a R value. From my previous experience with Godot signals, I thought the ECS was the expected default. I don't know if Godot is ECS. Godot is nodes. Yeah, Godot is not ECS. The vast majority of game engines are not ECS, but have been trying to get more ECS. So like, here's an article on the Godot website about how they are not an ECS. The signals used in it? Interesting. It's definitely not ECS. If this is what I think it is, because this seems to be like signals for input processing, so it like traverses up and down the tree. Or something like that? I don't know. Why don't you use standards, VR framework, or similar things, but instead build your own thing from scratch? Because I don't think any of those are good enough for what I'm trying to do. I do know some people who are working like inside of Unity, building something that's essentially like a framework that you can build your own like VR chat clone on top of. Speaking of which, I need to make a PR to that at some point. Just because I do want to help them out. But what I'm working on here is a passion project of essentially no compromises. So I'm not compromising on anything technical well, anything important to save time. And when I say compromise, I specifically mean compromise in performance or self-hostability, I guess. So the reason I'm writing my own scripting language is so that I can make it as fast as possible. And that means like faster than like Legit, or it's going to be on par with Wasm in terms of speed. Possibly faster, because the reason I didn't go straight with like a Wasm runtime is because Wasm doesn't let you rebind memory at runtime very easily or share memory between modules, and the way that I want to load content into the engine at runtime, because this is an engine that is primarily for user-generated content, so not stuff in the engine in your like editor or whatnot. No, it's you with the client like downloading stuff live. So Wasm wouldn't have worked for that because I want modules to be able to talk with large sections of memory, and Wasm doesn't work for that. So I built my own thing. Or rather, we are currently working on building it. I've gone down the path of making like crazy complicated languages. I've made languages similar to this one. This is, if we get this compiling tonight, it's going to be the furthest I've gotten on the intermediate code side of things, basically ever. After 2 weeks of work. But because I'm like taking a different approach to it at some point. Oh, thank you. That is very much appreciated. Okay, so We do statement kind expression. We want to emit our value. Yep. Statement kind assign L value store. Yes. Yeah. Then for variable definition, with all the stuff I just did, I've basically abstracted everything. So we can do self, not self, context, define variable, ident text, flow. And then here, this is expression ident. So we want an R value. We have a type there. The type is basically just confirming that this is indeed the type that we defined, so we should probably throw in a if type not equal to source type. And I am going to put in better error checking than this eventually, like a lot better. Expected type this, but found this. Expected type, but found source type. Expression. Sir AST type. Oh. Self emit type context. Context, mod context. There we go. Did we get to the end of the playlist? I have played this song so many times that it just gave up. I wish I could do Cyberpunk, but I got like, not a DMCA, but like a, you must share your revenue. This is very good for locking in. This, I really like this. This is amazing. This is also very good, but we're gonna go with this. 3-hour loop. It shouldn't need to loop. I should be done before 6 a.m., right? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe. Okay, so Skyrim music, I can respect it. And it's that easy. It's that easy. It's so easy. Time for if statement. So now we need to do let condition equal condition self emit R value. Indie video game OSTs? Okay. See, after 8 hours, my voice is finally starting to give out. I also should eat something soon. My stomach is not happy at me right now. No, we want the condition. And then what we do is let body say so our context create block. Is that a result? It is. Then we do context emit jump if body block condition expected value found R value I guess we do need specifically this as a Boolean. So I'm going to say condition equals IR type native Are you doing the operation side of discriminated unions? We're basically done with the discriminated unions at this point. Once we get to the match statement, that'll be the last thing to do with the discriminated unions that we need to work with. Majority of the problem was the store and load and figuring out how to handle all that. But now that I have, I can literally copy the code of one of those into the place for match statement, and we're good to go. And match statement is basically just a switch statement. That is really what it is. Okay, what was I doing? Right, emit statement. Condition is native type. No, not in this case. Yeah. Our value does not implement display. But type should, and it does. Native type bool. But this shouldn't be our native type because this is our value. It should be a value. And this type should be our native type bool. This was what I wanted to change the native type. That's right. I had forgore. And now I'm able to pattern match on that, which is amazing. But also means I just broke my code elsewhere, probably. Right. Function arguments have to become unpacked. So that's basically our ABIs that we need to... Okay. You need to flatten function parameters. No need to worry about that. That is deprecated. Cool, and nothing else breaks. And it's a really good thing that I remember to change that value because now I remember I have to do the thing with functions and make them have a ton of arguments. if the stack limit is reached through function arguments. If the stack limit is reached through function arguments, you have other issues. Mainly, you have enough values on your stack to overflow the stack before even calling the function. P99 allows a minimum of 127. I should probably copy this. 128. That's a power of 2. Issue number 1 probably being an infinite loop. Yeah. But here's the thing, they're passing all of those into a function, meaning that they have to statically compile a function with that many arguments. They all spill. Function arguments. What I really need to do is say if an enum is too big, you must pass it by, not by value. I don't even want to deal with passing enums as function arguments right now. Here's what I'll do for now. If let ir type native equal type, then we do this. Otherwise, we'll put the to-do here. So this will allow us to pass enums as pointers just fine. If recursive function or infinite loop is how you would break the simulation via VR. Likely just crashed a headset. Maybe, but if you're unlucky, they wrote it in Rust. Then again, you can get stack overflows in Rust. And a crash is a crash. Actually, I'm gonna bail here. Bail. Functions do not support enum or struct args yet. Use pointers. Here, condition is the value. All right. So we have now emitted our if statement jump. So now let's do context start block body block. And then we just want to do self emit statement body, and then after we're done emitting that, we want to check actually, before we do that, let else block equal else statement map context create block. And I'll just put it here if let some else. Right. I forgot. I figured out map or okay, none. And this would be convert from U-sized result option. Just use, result. All right. We just match statement this. Okay, so we define the else block. If let some else block, and also some else statement equals else block, else statement, context, jump, emit jump, unconditional jump to the else block. So what this does here, is it makes it so basically we have a conditional jump to the body block. So that is like, if true, go to the body of the if statement block. However, if the body block, if that block, if we don't jump to it, and we have a defined else statement, then we want to unconditionally always jump to the else statement, which is what this is. And that else statement can be another if statement. So else if is not actually an else if statement, it's an else statement, then an if statement. Or rather, it's an if else statement, and then an if statement. Then we start the block, we emit the statement. We also need to let join block equal context create block. And this is the block that we go to after we are done with everything. And I have to put an else statement here. To emit a unconditional jump to the join block if we don't have a defined if statement. So we always need to jump as the last. We always need to jump as the last instruction of a basic block. Otherwise, you get undefined behavior. Either a jump or a return statement. Or rather, it won't compile. That's the undefined behavior. The defined behavior of the undefined behavior is that it won't compile. Okay, so we start block our body block, and then we emit the body block statement, then context unconditional jump to the join block. So this is the body of our if statement right there. And then if our else statement is defined, and here's where I need that mess of like a double unwrap. Yeah, then the else block, else. Here's where we actually use the else statement. So we do start block, else block. Then we want to emit a join block, and then self emit statement else statement. And this is if we have an else statement defined, we emit an else statement. Then finally, we need to do context, start block, join block. And voila! We have rejoined our control flow back to a common block, so anything after this doesn't need to worry about stuff. And there you go. That is how you do if statements. That's how they work behind the scenes. And hopefully the fi node stuff is all working. Now time to do while statements. While statements are super interesting because they're actually 2 blocks instead of 1. You would think like 1 block that we continually loop over. That's actually a do while block. That's just 1. But we need 3. We need to define 3 blocks. We need to define our condition block. Our condition block equals context create block. Our body block and our join block. And I'm just gonna call it finally block to be fun. Alright then, next we do oh, wait a second. Do I need to... Yes. So we do context, emit, jump to the condition block. So right away, we are jumping to condition blocks. And then inside the condition block, inside of the condition block, we want to do this whole deal. While condition must be a bool, but was that? Ah, I forgot to do error checking. So now we have a condition defined within our condition block. So that means it will recheck the condition every single time. So then we need to do a context emit jump if. So if true, we jump to the body block. And then we want to emit another jump to the finally block in case our condition is not true. And then inside of our start block, body block, then we want to do self emit statement body. And then what we want to do at the end of this loop is actually not emit a jump to the finally block. Instead, we want to loop back to the condition block. And then yeah, so the only place we jump to the finally block is if this condition is false, or we hit a break statement, which I have not defined the grammar for that yet, so you just have to use like guard variables at this present time. Unless I add a little bit of function context that's like, you are currently inside this control flow statement. So if you do a break, you jump to this block. If you do a continue, you jump to this block. So if you do a continue, you would jump to the start block, or not the start block. You would jump to the condition block if you're doing a continue, and you would jump to the finally block if you're doing a break. So then I start block, so the syntax after this is emitting into the finally block. Then we have the match statement. I'm going to leave that for last because I don't want to have to deal with it. Block. This block is easy. Start. Context. Scope. Start scope. End scope. Self emit statement, or for statement in block. What's the syntax for a switch statement? It looks like a Rust match statement, basically. But yeah, it basically looks like a Rust match statement at the moment. That emits our block. Then return. Return is super easy. context, emit operation, ir op, return. And then we basically just do expression map I'm just going to do a match statement because it's more understandable for now. And this is self emit R value expression. And then we do need to error check this and make it sum. Oh, I have to do the same thing I do for if statements. Yee. Rust iterators are really good. Oh, it's because of the whole, like, per line thing. Actually, I'm going to extract this match statement. That makes it slightly more readable. Cool, and now the scariest thing, the match statement, which we already have implemented. And then we do different types of match statements depending on... Do we do different types of match statements? Okay, so... What is this? Store? So store is already taking in... this. So I'm just gonna copy the entire thing and then repurpose it. So we are not emitting any store operations, nor do we need to know the layout of the struct enum because it hasn't actually been emitted yet. Indices equal So we're gonna let branches equal match branches iterator map B. Alright, see you around. Peace. Let case AST case kind enum variant option ident. let sum index equal enum def variance enum def variance iterator enumerate map index. Oh no, you want find map index v if v id text is equal to IR enum doesn't implement display? I could have sworn it did. There we go. We now have the indices of our branch. There we go. Okay. So we are now emitting a jump map. And if there is an inner value, we want to context define variable, and the label is match branches with a vector of match branch. Can unzip work like that? It'd be kind of crazy if it did. Okay, so it's a double collection. Ah. Let me guess, it's... Oh, it's just trifold. Wait, there's trifold? I could have been using that this entire time. Wait a second. Why am I doing this? I could just throw this here. And it just works. Maybe. Not really. It does not just work. Now the giant statement just works. I'm adding another one. Variance is going to push. Tuple of data label, and also of def variance index clone. Okay, now you can define a variable that is data label and contains variant data, which should be an R value. That's not what I want. I want variance index clone. This is spec option R value. Perfect, that is what I want. Okay, and then here, when we have variant data, this should be an R value. Cool. So after we have all of that. Oh, first thing, very important thing, we need to make sure that we are resetting our local variables every new match break statement, whatever you want to call it. To record our variables at this current, right before we branch out. Yeah, we want to start this block. And what I want to do is start scope here, context, define variable, or set variables. We set the variables, we start a scope, and then end a scope here. That way any variables defined within the scope don't escape out of it. We only care about modified variables within those scopes. And then this is actually vertex stuff. I'm not sure what you mean by vertex stuff, but if you mean like, are we constructing a graph right now? Yes, we are constructing a graph of single static assignment variables, SSA graph. Okay, what is in match branch? I better finish quickly, I'm like fading. Come on, we finish enum branch, we do int branch, which is going to be a lot easier, and then we just need to define expressions. Yeah. self-emit statement. There we go. I think that is an implemented. That is an implemented Brane. Work with me here. That's an implemented switch/match statement for discriminated unions. And now we just need to do it for now we don't have to do any of this enumeration stuff. Stuff about not having the things. Nor do we need to worry about see, this is why you do the easy. Or that's why you do the hard version first. And we have a match statement. In fact, statements are fully implemented now. Does this even work for you, or is it just having fun? Yes. It's a gray area. I don't make a living off of it, but it is closely tied to like my real job. In the sense that like my real job is like being a part of the VR industry. I work for a YouTuber, so it's kind of just like doing my own YouTubing stuff is good too. And like eventually this sort of stuff, when it is ready, kind of gets merged into that a little. Okay. We've done the hard part. Now we get to do the easy part. Which is this evaluate expression? I'm gonna drop right underneath the 3 of these because evaluate expression. Gonna throw that to break any references. Did I actually... I don't know that I actually implemented this at all. I'm gonna do emit callable first because that's the easiest. Literals? No. Array? No. Tuple? No. Structures? No. Reference? No. Deref? No. Field? No. Call? Also no. It's just path. Whew. This is what I want here. Actually, this entire thing here is kind of what I want. result of add is callable intrinsic function defined as a function that takes a list of R values and optionally returns another R value. This should take in a function context as well. And I guess a emitter. We go. So when we call this intrinsic function, all it does is emit an add operation. So context emit oh, it could be markets counted new. It's an intrinsic function, something just included in the compiler. Not defined by the compiler, but like included. So like SIMD intrinsics is a good example where like it's just outputting raw machine code instructions as opposed to actually calling functions. Did result callable? Emit not found. Oh, emit op is what I want. IR op add I add. I should be doing a lot more checking on this than I am. Can you do match statements on args? Can I match on args and have just say invalid I add args? No way that's a valid match statement. No way. No way that's a No way that's a valid match statement. That's amazing. That's a valid match statement. That's a valid match statement. So an intrinsic function is like a wraparound in instruction. Yes. Essentially, a lot of compilers, especially C and GCC compilers, will have what are called intrinsics. So SIMD intrinsics, this is a good example. Yeah, SIMD intrinsics. So there are these weirdly formatted functions where it's like magically when you use this function, instead of it actually being a function call, it's a assembly instruction, for example. Yeah, but unlike library functions, intrinsics are implemented directly in compilers. The above _mm _add _ps SSE intrinsic typically copies into a single instruction, add ps. For the time it takes the CPU to call a library function, it might have completed a dozen of these instructions. So, thank you, random website, for making my point for me. Here we go. So emit callable now has one single callable that it emits. I'm gonna keep that as a warning for now. If you didn't like Rust, what other languages would you have tried and used to write Brane script? Originally, it was C++. My thought process was LLVM is a C++ library, so I'm going to build Brane script in LLVM so that it is maximally compatible with that library. Now, I found out that LLVM is like pretty well implemented. Everything I need from LLVM is implemented in Rust bindings, and CraneLift, the backend, the JIT backend that I should be using, instead of LLVM for most use cases, unless you have a NASA PC, in which case LLVM compiles, it emits code that is 15% faster than CraneLift on average. So by using LLVM, it compiles significantly slower, but you get a 15% improvement in your performance, just baseline, after you've taken the hit of actually compiling it. CraneLift, if you're like on an Android device, CraneLift just compiles it immediately, one-to-one mapping with machine code probably. So CraneLift is implemented directly in Rust. So, yeah. Or CraneLift is implemented directly in Rust. My brain might be too cooked to deal with paths right now. I'm gonna leave the rest as to-dos. Path is the only thing. If path segments equals 1, context, okay, this is why paths. This is why paths have syntactic differences from field. From fields. Okay, so we do return valid. We do return valid L values now. Now we just need R values. And for our values, I'm just going to copy this most of these turn into to-dos because these we can actually represent as our values. Brane script rewritten in Brane script. Maybe. Brane engine rewritten in Brane script though. Okay, we need to implement call though, because call does get called in our test grammar. Okay, and then this, instead of getting the path to the variable so we can change it, instead let's do if that easy. And then for the call, let me go and grab my emit expression code for function calls. Okay, I do not have code for emitting function calls. The code I have for emitting function calls is let callable equal callable args self emit callable Yeah, this does need to be option. I'm basically gonna have to paste this all over the place. In statements. How does it not know what the result is? Holy crap. Our file is error-free. You know what an error-free Rust file means. I know that there's supposed to be an error in the parser. There should be an error in the parser, but okay. Cargo run example scripts test B script. Is it done? It's nowhere near done, but it's close enough that we can start actually, like, it starts working. Tried to define variable with empty stack. That is easy enough. 940. Oh yeah, that's obvious. Okay, so this is at line... $135, 81. Feels like right here, define variable. I did forget to push a stack. Dang it! That was the simplest error that I was trying to make sure that I didn't make. Well, we have code gen. So we're feature parity with where we were a couple days ago. My question is, how much of it works? We go to example scripts. Right now we're ignoring pipelines, so I'm just gonna delete that for now. And let's do something crazy. Match on A if 1, match on B and if this is 1, return 2. Do you kind of see where I'm going with this? It's 2, return 3, 2, Let's just see what that looks like. That's what I thought. Oh. Match was expecting... Oh, right. My match statements actually require parentheses around them. It doesn't support trailing commas. I might change that. We have a problem in phi mappings. It's 41 looks right, or so this is the error that's actually getting triggered. Certs have format? Certs do have format. That's actually really cool. I just kind of vibe that. Oh well. I'll remove that because I'm not sure what it's doing. And then I'm actually going to run this in editor. Instead of in the console. Right, that's the keybind. On branch 2. Start 1, end 3. Emit jump map. jump vars, map jump vars. Wait a second. This is... Okay, I know what's wrong. I know what's wrong. The emit function initializes a block. However, what we really want to do is create block, create an entry block. Like so. Now, oh, access is denied. I never implemented type. That fixes that. Tuple. Where do I do a tuple expression? or a structure, or an array, or a literal. Literal? It's literal. I used literals. Fool that I am. Okay, literals are now implemented. It's working. Who knows if this actually compiles once we make the backend work, but like... that is a nested switch statement. Wouldn't you know it? But it looks decent. not really fine noting after the fact. So let's make it a little bit more stressful. Is there a... Yeah, there's an IAD in there, so that output correctly. Period, digit, identifier. Oh. Not sure what's wrong with my grammar there. Expected type of found. Where was I fancy enough to do that? Variable definition. Ah. Let's change everything over to I64. Just since that's what our constants are currently. And yeah, I'm not doing any actual validation of that outside of literally just variable definitions, and only variable definitions. Right, and now I need this to also support 64-bit integers. There we go. This is more so parsing tests than actual actual test of the language. Build to resolve path. That it was the URI for some reason. That's weird. Not what I wanted to do. No! Why is it scoped? I have no clue what I did to my NVIM tree. But I cooked it somehow. What am I trying to see? Oh. Oh, so it's using it to resolve. Seems like my editor may have cooked itself. No configurations found for Rust. No changes to my config. Might be nvim data. Oh wait, it's because it's... because it's scoped. Wasn't able to find my run configs because it was scoped wrong. Incorrectly. I just want to see what code path is triggering this. So path inside of mid type, inside of variable definition. The ident is... Well, I know the ident is for long. Hello, how's it going? I am very close to getting this working, but I think my grammar parsing is being kind of funky. I think it can't decide whether let me see what order statements are in. Okay, yeah, assignments do come before variable definitions. It's not really quite usable yet, but... Ooh. We still need to rewrite the backend so it's able to actually run the scripts, and also test to see if it can run the scripts, if the scripts are actually valid, because I'm not sure about that yet. I mean, I can't parse half of them so far. I think it's to do with my... match. Oh, I did intentionally make... Never the complicated stuff that breaks, it's always the simple stuff. Okay, yeah, it's that I didn't have a semicolon there, and I started requiring that there be a semicolon there. Else. Else ignore, then statement. Semicolon. Saying missing I am missing a semicolon. Failed to resolve path. I think... Now see, it definitely didn't fail to resolve path. This is the only one in the entire thing. So, path... Here, we need to actually implement display for path at the very least. It is implemented. We do have display for path. I thought we didn't. It's stupid that we weren't using it before. Failed resolve path let. Rust brain moment. Unknown intrinsic less. Okay, that is the error that I wanted to have a while back. I add... So I'm gonna copy this. But for less. Okay, I have compare. Compare greater equal. We're just gonna call it GT greater than. Water break? I've been out of water for like 3 hours. No water breaks. It's about to work. Yes. It is about to work. About to. While condition must be a Boolean. Ah. One last thing. Me and my literal 2 type checking statements. And I'm running into both of them. Path T not found. Ah. There we go. Dehydration is my power. No. Sleep deprivation is my power. Okay. And theoretically, discriminated unions work here as well. But I don't have enum literals at the moment. There's a lot of busy work that needs to be done now. But that compiles. This is huge moment. You see, I'm gonna bring up. We're gonna Discord post this. Ah, I have a lot of pings. A lot. Yeah, we're gonna grab this. Then we're gonna grab this. Like compiled a human readable format. So this is a debug output for the intermediate representation, which is going to be serialized to a binary form to save as much space as possible. But this is what the human readable version of it looks like. So usually it would not be this human readable. And I don't plan on making a parser for the human readable version of it. At least at the moment. It might be nice for like community tools if they want to like write their own compilers and not deal with like a direct Rust API. But yeah. the major... I'm looking for a very particular vibe of word here. Architecture? Yeah. Indeed, huge W. Then I'll send the other image separately. Oh, is it? No, it's not a 9-hour stream. We're at 9 hours and 53 minutes. This is a 10-hour stream. That's why I'm like, my voice is like, you can probably hear it, but my voice is actually less cooked than you would expect, but it's getting there. Syntax, not final and all that. What else do I want to put disclaimers? Oh, that is my alarm going off. To wake up. But like, what's that? Music. There we go. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna stop streaming now and eat food and drink water and engage in some level of humanity. Yeah. Thank you for watching. I'm going to go crash.